very fortunate to have circuit All right, y'all be quiet so I can hear. Hey.
You born in 1980. Social Security number 0918. Are you represented by Johnny Bell? Where is Mr. Bell?
He is supposed to be on Zoom. He's in COVID quarantine.
I'm present, Judge.
Mr. Bell,
Yes, sir, Your
this
Honor.
is your client, James Adams. What does the Commonwealth have to say about this case? Mr. Bell, can you hear us?
I can hear you, Judge.
Hey, Mr. Stockton said he's communicated with you through email, but he hasn't heard anything back about Mr. Adams.
Yes, Judge, he sent me an offer a few days ago, Judge. I've been in quarantine. My son's had COVID, my daughter-in-law, the lady that lives with us, and I haven't had a chance to talk to anybody in person concerning these things. I would ask the court to give me a little time so that I could meet with him.
I don't have any objection to faxing them.
When is your next conference day?
It's the 8th of July.
Okay, you'll be here on July 8th at 9 a.m. for negotiations, and your next court date is July 21st, okay? Okay, do you have anything else on the docket, Mr. Bell?
Yes, sir. I've got Bryson Coulter.
Bryson Coulter?
I believe Mr. Stockton stated that we needed to pass that to the next hearing date, if that pleases the court.
Well, I'm gonna see if he's here. Bryson Coulter? He's not here. Issue a bench warrant. You have anybody else?
I have Donye Pipkin, Your Honor. He's in custody up at the
Well-
Rotary.
I'll have to come back to that later.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Christopher Caraway. Christopher Caraway, active warrant. James Carter. Commonwealth versus James Carter, 22 CR 0031. Are you James Carter? You were born in 1989. Last four digits of your social security number 5617. What do we have here, Mr. Stockton?
We've negotiated this case, but I think we still want a little bit more time.
Yes, Your Honor, if you could give me a negotiation conference at pre-trial.
July the 8th at 9 a.m. and July the 21st at 9 a.m. is your next court date. Both of them are conditions of your bond. Okay, thank you. Noah Freeman. 22 CR 0034, Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Noah Freeman. Mr. Freeman, were you born in 1981? Last four digits, your social security number in 1932.
Yes, sir.
What do you have in this case, Mr. Stockton?
I have a first point next week.
Motion has been tendered, sir, that says you wish to enter a guilty plea. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in indictment 22 CR 0034?
Yes, sir.
Have you discussed these charges with your attorney and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the evidence in your case? Do you believe you're fully informed?
Yes.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you fully understand those rights. I'm going to go down through those rights, and to end, I'm going to ask if you understand them, okay? You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speak trial by jury. Right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. The right to produce evidence. Right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter higher court if you lose the right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty charged against you. Understand that by entering a plea today, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept it. In the event I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Okay, have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years? Have you have any felonies in the last 10 years?
No.
Are you currently on probation?
No.
Okay, you understand that if you fully complete the diversion agreement, your charges will be dismissed and you can have your record expunged. You understand that? You understand if you do not complete the diversion, you will be brought back before the court and schedule a sentencing hearing, pre-sentence investigation report, and you would be a convicted felon, which could be used against you in the future and further convictions to enhance your sentence. You understand that?
Yes.
If y'all step to your left, please, onto the left. Mr. Judd, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Upon plea of guilty, operating a motor vehicle with alcohol concentration hour above 0.08 or while under the influence of alcohol or other substances, first offense, the defendant should pay $200 fine and cost. Upon plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance, first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years pre-trial and a verdict of 5 years supervised. And the defendant should be referred to the social service clinician and follow any and all recommendations of the clinician. The defendant shall receive credit for time served. The defendant shall pay a fine and court calls discretion of the court. The defendant shall remain on active supervision until all restitution, convenience, fines, and costs are paid in full and further support. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment at a minimum of 30 hours of week community service. And the defendant agrees to have any and all contraband and drug paraphernalia disposed of in accordance with the laws.
Okay, come back over. Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes.
You understand that a DUI is enhanceable too. I talked to you about what would happen if you got revoked as far as your pretrial diversion. That would be enhanceable, but a DUI is enhanceable too. So if the next DUI would be a more severe penalty, the third one would be more, and that could even go and be a felony. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment as amended?
Yes.
Are you doing this of your own free will? Okay. Is that your signature on the motion?
Yes.
So you knowingly waive your constitutional rights to enter this plea, is that correct? I'll accept the plea and the diversion program. What are the total costs with the DUI included?
Probably 840.
$840. I'll sign that in just a minute, okay? $840. You need some time to pay that? Pay it today? Okay, you don't have to if you don't want to. Okay, you pay it today. You need to meet with, where's the probation and parole officer?
Maybe in the danger, if you're in the Scotland, if you're going to Scotland on vacation. No, he's on vacation, I'm like,
Well, you'll need to meet with the probation parole officer to give them certain information that they can have on file. Give me that outside while we're waiting. What's the date? 30?
well, I've got 3 different policies.
She was working on PSI package for her patients.
You just step over there and she'll meet with you. Alice Goodnett. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Alice Goodnett. 22 CR 0048. You say Goodnet or Goodnet? Come on up to the speaker. You say right in front of the microphone. What?
Should be with the board.
What do you mean R?
Goodner.
Goodner. Okay. It's 22 CR 0048. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. You're represented by counsel. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with operating a motor vehicle under alcohol concentration, alcohol concentration 0.08, or while under the influence of alcohol or other substance, failure to signal, possession of controlled substance, cocaine. Do you understand those charges? Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of your client, see the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. Ms. Goodner, you are to be here for negotiations on your case with the Commonwealth on July 8th, and you'll be back here in court on July 25th, 21st. Both of those dates are conditions of your bond. I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order here. Commonwealth is providing your attorney with certain information to help you prepare for your defense. You got the 2 days down, July 8th, July 21st. Maybe your attorney will write those down for you, okay?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Richard Hammer. There's an active warrant out for Richard Hammer. Corey Holland. Is your bench warrant for Corey Holland.
I contacted the College Attorney's Office on that because Coordinate did not show that he'd ever posted a bond, but it showed that the warrant had been served, but he's also not showing up in any of my jails.
Let's take a look at Corey Holland here.
Miss Beaver called, I believe, Allen County Jail, and they said he had posted a surety bond without a jail. I don't know if the clerk's office is not made aware. Paperwork.
You have anything on him? Well, he's not here today anyway, but
Did
the
he
court,
have notice 3 years?
well, I don't know. It's why we need to look at the bond because the date was changed. wasn't it? Do what?
At least you worked out, sir, that I don't have the bond paper here. Yes, sir, May 23rd.
Why don't you call the Allen County Jail to see if they've got a bond document on him over there, okay? Jennifer Jesse, and I will not issue a bench warrant on Corey Holland until we get some paperwork on it here. Jennifer Jesse. Oh. Commonwealth versus Jennifer Jesse, 17 CR 0018. Are you Jennifer Jesse? I say, are you Jennifer Jesse? You have to speak up a little bit. You born in 1984. Last 4 digits, your social security number is 7550. This is 17 CR 00118. Says probation revocation. What does the Commonwealth have in this?
We initially filed this, she was charged with disorderly conduct, second degree, and they kept this report. I believe that this is over 30. She's only on paper, she's got a 5-year sentence, but she's only on probation till October. So if she can remain out of trouble through the end of her probation period, I would problem.
Tell me what happened in Midcap County.
Sure, she was charged with disorderly conduct with Edmonton in 21 M 149.
You can lower your mask if you like to.
Would you like me to repeat what I said?
Yes, please.
Ms. Jesse was charged with disorderly conduct in Edmonton on, I'm not sure what that date is, but this was in 21 M 149. This case was dismissed on June the 8th, 2020.
How much longer is she on paper?
Just till October, around the 17th, middle of October, she's only got about 3.5 months left.
You think you can live at the foot of the cross between then and now? Okay. Be on your way rejoicing.
They got
Jeremy Jones. Jeremy Jones.
Now, that's our motion to go with those, feeling involved in this case. We expect to be spoken of, of course, the state law.
What are you gonna do with it?
I don't know, what's like, we have to send those state police and all what they.
Okay. Okay.
Sure.
What kind of weapon is
Should have been forfeited, please.
Force. 454. It's a pretty gun. Good force to me.
He was convicted of felony case, so he got that.
Milicar Martinez? Active warrant out.
No, he was indicted.
There says there's an active warrant out. Nathaniel Meter. Nathaniel Meter. Mr. Meter, you want to pull your mask up above your nose, please? Are you Nathaniel Meter? Are you Nathaniel Meter? Are you Nathaniel Meter? You're gonna have to say something, man. This is a voice activated microphone. Okay. Were you born in 1997? Okay, wait a second. Let me explain to you how this works. I ask you a question, you give an audible answer, okay? Your head shaking doesn't get it. That's the 3rd time I've told you that, okay? You understand?
Sorry.
Okay, that's good. You born in 1997? What are the last 4 digits of your social security number? Okay. Okay, you're here today on a pretrial conference. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
Well, I don't believe he showed up for negotiation. I'm sure if he wants to.
Your Honor, I have spoken with him. He says that his phone was stolen not long after.
You're in the custody of the jailer. Bond violation. Kevin Purdue, okay. Joshua Perry. Are you Joshua Perry?
Yes, sir.
This is 22 CR 0033. What was your year of birth, Mr. Petty?
2891,
And the last four digits of your social security number.
5820.
We're here for pretrial conference, close the conference.
We're close on this, Your Honor. We have one more negotiation.
Okay, you be here on July 8th for negotiations at 9 a.m. and your next court date's July the 21st. Both of them are conditions of your bond, okay?
Yes, sir.
Christina Pruitt. Commonwealth Attorney versus Christina Pruitt, 22 CR 0022. You're here for the purpose of sentencing. Where's the pretrial pre-sentence investigation? Ms. Pruitt, have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole? Is it substantially correct? Counselor, is there any reason why this lady should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
Upon a plea of complicity to commit burglary second degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years probated for 5 years supervised. The defendant shall pay restitution amount of $653 jointly, severally with co-defendant Danye Pippin at the rate of $75 per month. With first payment due 45 days from the entry of the plea, the restitution is subject to 5% clerk's fee and paid by Monroe County Clerk's Office. The defendant shall cooperate and testify truthfully against the co-defendant as part of her plea agreement. To receive credit for time served. What is the court cost in this? $185. You need some time to pay that. Okay, you can pay the first payment 30 days from today. Be $30 in addition to your $75. Okay, $30 a month for this pay. Okay, you will need to meet with the probation parole officer right over there. Okay.
More here on actually Turner.
Yes. Commonwealth versus Ashley Turner. Commonwealth versus Ashley Turner, 22 CR 0003. Are you Ashley Turner? Were you born in 1986? What are the last four digits of your social security number? You were here for pretrial conference.
Yes, Your Honor. If we could pass this for one more month.
You want to move over here and you get behind the podium. You move over there. Man.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could pass this for one more month, we're going to get an assessment, and we should have it resolved. We've got an agreement in principle. We just need to get paperwork done and get an assessment.
Okay, it's July the 21st. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much. Jeannie Ramos. Commonwealth versus, you say Ramos, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Commonwealth versus Jeannie Ramos. Come up to the microphone, Ms. Ramos. What's your year of birth, ma'am?
I'm sorry,
Your year of birth,
517,
the last four digits of your social security number.
557.
Okay, you're here for the purpose of arraignment. You're represented by counsel. You have the right to remain silent. If you have any questions, step away from the podium and your attorney will answer. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with disorderly conduct, second degree, operating a motor vehicle under the influence with aggravating circumstances, failure to maintain insurance, wanton endangerment in the first degree, possession of controlled substance, theft, unlawful taking or disposition, drug paraphernalia, menacing, and criminal mischief in the first degree. You understand those charges? Okay. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions? I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order here. The Commonwealth is providing discovery to your attorney to prepare for your defense. You'll be back here on July 8th for negotiations at 9 a.m. and on July 21st for your next court date. Do you understand both of those dates? They're a condition of your bond. Okay, thank you very much. Jason Rocky. Roki. Jason Roca, is that his? Okay. Cromwell versus Jason Roca. Mr. Bell,
Yes, Your Honor.
this is a motion for a diversion revocation on your client, Jason Roca.
Judge, I didn't know that Mr. Roker was on today. I have represented him in the past. I don't care to do that, Judge, if you'd give me time to get with him and talk it over. I hadn't got any notice or anything on that.
His email,
Do what?
he was emailing Mr. Bell and the court in the bank. Mr. Roca may not have got to Mr. Bell.
You were emailed a notice of it at the end of May.
Well, I may have, Judge, but I didn't receive it. I don't know. I mean, I haven't heard from Mr. Roker or talked to Mr. Roker since I represented him in the last thing, but
What is the allegation?
Your Honor, and I don't know that the probation officer wanted to vote this one. He's got like 5 or 6 marijuana positive tests. He's either got to quit using marijuana or we vote. It's legalized and he has a prescription.
We have the officer online.
Jackson Coates,
Coach, put your microphone on. State your name, please.
Chastity Coates.
Raise your right hand. Swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Tell us what's going on here.
He's, in my violation report, I stated, Your Honor, that he's had 7 violation reports in less than a year, and that we were asking for some type of review because he keeps having positive drug tests for marijuana. He has been assessed again recently, June the 24th, and was recommended to enter and complete SAP IOP.
Okay, well, you come back here, go see Mr. Bell, and come back here on July the 21st. Now, you're gonna have to change, or I'm gonna have to put you in jail. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll go see Mr. Bell, and you'll be back here on July 21st. Maybe you'll be out of quarantine by then.
thank you, Judge.
Okay. Dylan Russell. Cromwell versus Dylan Russell.
he's in federal custody. We're gonna play something. That's hard. That's hard. Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I'm on.
Dylan Russell.
Yeah, this is the one we just came to the body to this morning.
Okay, are you Dylan Russell? 22 CR 009, 22 CR 008. I understand there's been additional discovery furnished to you today. You be back here for negotiations on July the 8th at 9 a.m. and be back here in court on July 21st. Both those conditions your bond, okay? Kathleen Wade. Catherine Wade. What? The letter that was just presented to the court. Catherine Wade has been accepted in the intensive outpatient with the healing place. Healing place outpatient consists of 24 intensive outpatient sessions with the last 3 hours. Issue a bench warrant. Well, yeah, but I mean, it's outpatient. I mean, no, I don't know whether she's completed or not, but they're not going to be sending me something that said they got somebody outpatient and they don't have to come to court. Well, come here and read it here. Well, no, you might decide, I'll let you make a decision on having Commonwealth, what you want to do with it.
Probation officer lined up today to have a hearing. This year, thanks for it. See what
Yeah.
it's like.
Yeah.
You may need anything.
Healing place is not running the court. Michael Williams. Cowell versus Michael Williams. 21 CR 0013. Are you Michael Williams?
Yes, sir.
You're born in 1958.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 2569.
Yes, sir.
You're on a pretrial conference. What do the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, this is a case.
Just kind of drop your mask there. I'm having a little trouble here.
This is a case involving sexual abuse allegations on a stepdaughter here in Kentucky. Mr. Williams and the stepdaughter are residents of Tennessee. There's more substantial allegations in Tennessee where he's been indicted. I hate for the child to have to testify twice in 2 trials. My understanding is Mr. Williams is going to take his case to trial in Tennessee. If he doesn't, I'm taking the trial up here. If he has a court date in September, I'd like to pass this to October to see what the Tennessee states is.
October the 20th.
Judge, I've got a murder trial that's gonna happen in Warren County, set to go. Can we bump it out one more?
September the 15th.
Judge, on another murder trial in Allen County.
Well, you're just too busy to take this case then. You just need to get somebody else to handle it. It's set for October the 20th. And you have someone stand in.
I can do that.
Yeah. I'm not inclined to care what they do in Tennessee. You know, unless he gets like 25 years or 30 years or something like that. You know what, that's
I
what,
understand what you're saying.
I understand what you're saying too. And I think we're not that far apart. But I just want you to know that just because you cross the state line, doesn't mean you're not going to get a free pass. I don't know whether you've done anything or not. Okay. Thank you, Rick. That's exactly right. October the 20th, you'll be back here in court. Mark York. Mark York is not here. Okay. Did we find anything about Corey Holland while we've been waiting? Okay, that finishes the call. Are these online things set at 10? Okay, we'll go into recess then. Let's go off the record. No. How's your mom? She going to sporting events? Go hot out there though. Oh, it's inside. Sure.
He's 84 and he's not in good shape. Of course, we've been friends since I was 14, he's 18. Gonna have a little.
Well,
He's, his wife says that, man, it's just,
yeah, see, I keep up with through Miss Lindley.
oh,
We is Linda Lee's buddy, so she keeps. Yeah, she was taking him down to the moonlight, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was, she was way better. And he's got the hell of a woman there. He's always been independent, but he's just kind of broken man.
Yeah. Well, he's been.
When they tried to indict Patsy down there, when the president of Western stealing everything, he's the only friend that we had. If it hadn't been him, she would have got nothing.
You know, you could talk to him. I remember. I had a friend down there. They called me one night. And there was, she was in a gas station. And the popo, old green popo were waiting outside for she'd driven up and going into tea. Observing her, you know, they were waiting outside for a car. So I called Peanut about 1 o'clock in the morning and woke up. I said, of course, I knew to Marsh. I said, I got a problem here. I've got a friend down there. They got staked out on. I said, they haven't gone in and arrested her, so she's not under custody. I said, if you've got somebody out, I'd sure appreciate if you go over and pick her up. So I think he might have done it himself. I think he might have got up and went out there since.
He lives in school.
Do what?
He lives in
Yeah.
school.
So he gets in the vehicle or sends somebody over there, and that deputy sheriff goes in there, gets her by the arm, you know, takes her out, puts her back seat of the vehicle. They said, police officer, I said, what's going on? I said, well, I got a call from the sheriff, told me to pick this girl up, and that was true.
He's always been a great friend of both of you.
And she would, you know, and so he was, this was well, actually, it was a wife of one of my friends, you know, I mean, she was just scared. She wasn't doing anything, you know what I'm saying? So he did that.
He sure come there.
Yes.
We'd have cut that off if you saw her.
He's a good guy.
Anyway,
What day is it?
it's 11. It's on Monday afternoon.
Yeah.
At 4:30. 7:30.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that sounds wonderful. Thank you. Okay, I guess we're gonna, if anybody's online listening, we're gonna have to wait for another 15 minutes because we're scheduled at 10 o'clock Central.
doing now for Jessie? Just turn her loose?
Yeah,
Like slap on the
co-
wrist and send her on her way?
Okay, we're back on the record now. Eastern Kentucky Correctional Complex. Eastern Kentucky Correctional Complex. Could somebody see if they could get them on the line?
She said they called me this morning. They were getting on there, but maybe later.
Okay. Warren County Detention Center. Do we have a number on them? Warren County Detention Center. Okay, we will wait for either one of those entities to get online. Our next scheduled appearance is Barron County Detention Center at 10:30. I guess we could go ahead and take some of those if they're ready. Barron County, if you're ready, we could go through your docket, start now.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Isaac Atkinson. Isaac Atkinson.
Yes, sir.
Don't talk.
Commonwealth versus Isaac Atkinson, 21 CR 00125. You're represented.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Hill, are you want to turn your microphone on?
Yes, Your Honor.
Here for pretrial conference. What do y'all have, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, we were in the process of settling this case, and I contacted the victims in this case and found out that they had damage to their vehicle that Mr. Atkinson allegedly took to Glasgow, and there may be new charges. And I told them if we're going to do that, we need to do it soon. So I advised them they need to take it to a mechanic. And if we're going to present anything, do it next month.
What was the deal you were going to work?
Well, we were going to work out something where he would make restitution on the gains and things like that, and we made some negotiations. I can't remember the exact terms. I'd have to look at my emails. But when I contacted the victims and I learned about these other problems that they had as a result of this.
Well, what's the charge he was going to plead to here, though?
It was burglary. It was theft. There may be a criminal mischief charge, another theft charge over the vehicle.
Mr. Bryson Coulter, you issued a warrant for.
Okay.
Also a handgun in the case, and I reviewed all the witness statements. And one girl allegedly saw a gun in his pants pocket in a bedroom, but it doesn't look like any gun was used in the perpetration of this crime.
Okay, we'll set it up for a negotiation day on July the 8th and the next court appearance July 21st.
Your Honor, could I say something, please?
Yeah, ask your attorney.
Yes, sir. I have a child due in about 2 weeks. Is there any way I could get to do something to see the child? and, or like reinstate my bond to a sober living house so I could at least see my child and get a job and be there for the child so it doesn't have to go through what I went through.
What's the gentleman's bond?
He's been on bond, been on home incarceration and violated before. I don't want to keep him in indefinitely, but he's not a good risk on.
What was the violation?
Your Honor, I believe it was an ankle monitor violation.
He's going where he shouldn't have been. I need the file.
He was everywhere but home, standing on the phone, so. Yeah, and he got caught.
Okay, well, the officer who had the ankle monitor is here and says that it's not a good risk to put him on a monitor. Again, he was around, he got caught selling drugs with a monitor. So whether that's ultimately proven or not, we'll do it on the 8th and the 21st. Okay, Matthew Burkhead. Yes. You need to send another invitation to Eastern.
I don't have an email address for him. It was on the order.
Tell them to give us an email address.
Yeah, if you just get email address, you can forward it from over there.
Okay, we're gonna get an email address from Eastern Kentucky Correctional Complex. Matthew Burkhead. Are you Matthew Burkhead?
Sir,
What's your year of birth?
93,
Last four digits, your social security number.
6665.
21 CR 00110. You're here for the purpose of arraignment. Are you represented by counsel?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll appoint the public advocate to represent you. Give me that file. Burkhead's file. Warren County will be with you just when we finish this one case right here. We'll be back with you. Grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Possession of firearm by a convicted felon, an additional charge. You understand those charges? Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll have a negotiation day at 9 a.m. on July 8th. And the next court date is July the 21st. Okay, let's go to Warren County. Warren County, it's Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Kimberly Chilton. Is that correct? This is 22 CR 0027. Ms. Chilton, what year were you born?
In 1990.
Okay, and what are the last four digits of your social security number?
7598.
Okay, we are here for a pretrial conference. Lee Davis is your attorney.
Yes, sir.
Where is Mr. Davis?
I'm not sure. I contacted him while he's here from the jail and left messages trying to speak with him because it used to be Candace, used to be my attorney, and apparently there was a conflict of something, and so they switched it to Lee Davis. I just found that out when I was recently incarcerated here. Candace is not my attorney no more. I didn't know that.
Does Lee Davis work for public advocacy?
Your Honor, he's up around Elizabethtown. I've corresponded with him on this case. He actually came down for a pretrial. Miss Chilton wasn't here, so she didn't show up. So I don't know if he had noticed that it was on the docket today, that she was in custody.
Miss Hill, is he a conflict counsel?
Your Honor, he is conflict counsel on this case. If Your Honor, if we could recall Ms. Chilton's case, I will call my office and see if we can get him on.
Oh, well, we got the jail on here. I'm not going to ask them to wait all day to see if this attorney can be here. We'll reschedule her for the 21st. What are the charges on her?
Give me the file. I believe it's a stolen car. Yeah, it's public intoxication, operating on no license, drug paraphernalia, altered registration plate, in possession of a stolen car, no insurance.
Is that the only thing you're being held on, ma'am?
Yes, sir, waiting, Judge Wilson here in Warren County. and-
I can't understand you. There's some kind of reverb there.
Judge Wilson here in Warren County is, want to send me back to treatment, but I'm getting help for your case.
Well, public advocacy. Public advocacy on the line now.
Yes, Your Honor.
Y'all need to get somebody to see her.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and we'll try to do something by agreement or something. I want y'all to find out what's going on and I also want Mr. Davis to appear here on July the 21st to show cause why he should not be held in contempt
Yes, Your Honor.
for not contacting her and being here. We have Dylan Harden there in Warren County informed that it will be necessary to get approval of federal marshal, so we will not call that case and we'll take the action necessary to contact the marshal service. Yeah, we'll do a warrant, however, for Mr. Harden for failure to appear, so we can put a holder on it. Okay, well, thank you, Warren County, for your cooperation. You may be excused. Eastern Kentucky Correctional Complex.
Needs to put a holder on Bill Harden.
Yeah, Eastern Kentucky Correctional Complex, you're on there. Commonwealth versus Danye Pipkin, 22 CR 0024. You are Danye Pipkin,
Yes, sir.
born in 1972.
Yes, sir.
His 4 digits of social security number are 7728.
Yes.
We have a pretrial conference. Mr. Stockton, what do you have?
This is Mr. Bell's case, and I guess he's not got back with me because he's ill. He's on there now. I see him.
Judge, we were sent an offer on Mr. Pipkin's case this week. We have been negotiating it. The last offer that Mr. Stockton sent, I think might resolve the case, but I just need to talk about it with Mr. Pipkin.
How long is Mr. Pipkin in for? There is.
He's got a 10 or 12 year sentence. I can't remember.
Okay, well, I just didn't want to be holding him because y'all hadn't, because Mr. Bell hadn't had time to talk to him. July the 21st will be our next appearance date. July 21st. Eastern Kentucky Correctional Complex, thank you for cooperation. Your excuse.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah. Let's go back to Barron County Jail. And James Forrest, Barron County Jail, James Forrest. James Forrest. Are you James Forrest?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1985, Mr. Forrest?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 5067.
Yes.
We're on 20 CR 0011 for sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes.
You are represented by Mr. Garrett. Mr.
Yes,
Garrett, is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Stockton, will you tell me something about this case?
Yeah, this is the jury trial. He was found guilty of reckless homicide and sentenced to 5 years.
Yeah.
I think Miss Ridge filed a victim impact statement, but I don't know if it made it in the court file this morning or not.
Okay, well, I'll sentence you to 5 years then. Okay, thank you very much. Lloyd Hill. Lloyd Hill.
Yeah, I see.
No, what did court cost in that last case? $165 court cost payable 30 days after he's released. Lloyd Hill.
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth versus Lloyd Hill. 20 CR 0076. We're here on a parole revocation. Mr. Hill, were you born in 1966?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 3383.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what do you got, Mr. Stockton?
Mr. Hill's on probation 5 years for failure to register as a sex offender and also 3 years on possession of controlled substance first degree for a total of 5 years. He recently pled guilty to a DUI just this month, and we're asking for revocation. Mr. Hogan's on to testify if necessary.
You stipulate, counsel?
Your Honor, we would like to stipulate to the violation for the purposes of this proceeding, but I would like to call Mr. Hill for the purposes of making an argument against revocation.
Okay. You want to raise your right hand, Mr. Hill? Swear a testimony about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hogan, you can turn your camera off till we get to you, okay? Okay, okay, go ahead, inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hill, can you tell the court about your issues with substance abuse?
Use of methamphetamine.
And are you interested in receiving treatment in order to address your methamphetamine use?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Hill, where are you a sex offender from? Where was that case entered?
State of Indiana.
Indiana. Did you serve any prison time on that?
Yes, sir.
How much?
8 years.
Okay. And how long, when was you released from prison?
I finished out my Indiana time in 2014.
Okay. And since that time, have you lived here in Monroe County, or when did you move to Monroe County?
I moved to Monroe County about a year and a half ago, sir.
And you were, in as part of your plea in this case, you had your meth problem, didn't you? You had meth on you.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, I don't have any redirect, but I would like to make an argument.
Proceed.
Your Honor, I would ask the court to not revoke Mr. Hill. He did resolve that DUI case by guilty plea. However, the underlying substance in that case was methamphetamine, which Mr. Hill admitted that he has an issue with, and he is interested in treatment. Your Honor, my office has met with Mr. Hill and has assessed him, and we have a bed letter for him that I can present to the court today. I only have it in electronic form, but I can present it both to the court and to Mr. Stockton. It is a facility in Owensboro that he qualifies for. Because he is on the registry, that does limit his options. However, this is
Well, nobody's explained to me why he didn't register here. Is that an issue, Mr. Stockton?
Well, that's one of the reasons I'm asking for revocation.
Yeah, I
He
know.
registered and he was.
I mean, he's got a meth problem. A lot of people got a meth problem.
My issue is I think he should be revoked, and if the state doesn't put him somewhere where he can enroll in the SAP program, then I might look at shock to long-term treatment. But I think
it's a pretty simple thing to register. I don't understand. Sex crimes and sex offenses are a problem throughout the country. So I'm gonna revoke Mr. Hill.
But overtime does go towards it.
Okay, that revocation will be signed today. Chad Eisenberg. Commonwealth versus Chad Eisenberg, 22 CR 0040. Are you Chad Eisenberg?
Yes, sir.
What year were you born?
1979,
Last four digits, social security number.
6100.
Okay, you're here for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say in 22 CR 0040?
Your Honor, we just received the lab back and I sent it to Ms. Hill a couple of days ago. We've talked about the case. I think it'll resolve if we have one more negotiation day.
Negotiation day on July 8th, next court appearance, July 21st. Okay.
Lisa Jackson.
What's his bond? What is Mr. Eisenberg's bond?
Eisenberg's file too.
Could y'all look up over there? Is he a state prisoner or anything?
No. It's like it's 10,000 cash or property.
Why is it 10,000 pretrial? Pretrial?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm showing that it is 10,000 cash, that he's a moderate 4 to reoffend and low 1 for FTAs, Your Honor. I'm not showing that he has any other holders.
What's the reoffense thing?
It is where, as far as, I'll tell you, Your Honor, what he has on there as far as that made him that 4. Let me get that pulled up, Your Honor.
Well, she's pulling up there. It may be because he was charged with assault third too. May have been the reason the bond was a little higher than normal.
Assault of a police officer?
Yes. That's one of the charges in that indictment.
Right, Your Honor, and he had a.
That's good. I'll see him on the 21st.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
July 8th. Okay, thank you. Lisa Jackson. Lisa Jackson.
Yes.
Commonwealth versus Lisa Jackson, 18 CR 00133 and 19 CR 0052. Ms. Jackson, born in 1988.
Yes,
Last four digits, social security number 9624.
correct.
Okay, we're here on probation revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, Ms. Jackson has a 2 5-year sentences here in Monroe County. No, I'm sorry, a 5-year sentence here in Monroe County. The remainder of her charges are in Metcalfe County. And basically, Ms. Jackson has new felony charges of absconding. And I think the last time she was in a fleeing and evading in Barron County. And we had warrants out for her in Monroe County, and she was hurt and she was released to go to the hospital, and then she absconded from that. So I think I've got the probation officer lined up if we need to have a hearing. Yes, I think.
Y'all gonna stipulate or what do you want to do?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense would like to stipulate for the purposes of the revocation, but I would ask to call Ms. Jackson to make an argument against revocation.
Ms. Jackson, you raise your right hand. Swear a testimony about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Jackson, would you explain to the court about the reconstructive surgery that you had on your face?
I had 2 broke jaws and a cracked chin. I had to have plastic surgery twice on it.
And did this affect your ability to remain sober?
Yes, it did.
Are you interested in receiving treatment to address your substance abuse issues?
Yes, I mean, I need some kind of long-term treatment or possibly drug court. I don't feel like being on parole, like I need some kind of structure over me.
And Ms. Jackson, what substances are you struggling with?
Meth and pain pills.
And Ms. Jackson, you have a couple of new felonies that are pending in Barron County. Are those related to your drug use?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Stockton.
Ms. Jackson, back in May of 2021, Mr. Collins was trying to get in touch with you, and he couldn't get in touch with you, and he spoke to your mother, and she said you'd enrolled in the Commitment House Rehabilitation Program. Is that correct?
Correct.
How long did you stay there?
I stayed there for a week.
Okay, and that was supposed to be long-term treatment, wasn't it?
Yes, but I felt like it wasn't gonna do me any good because, I mean, I could have got just as high there but I left and I went home and the next morning checked into a rehab in Bowling Green. And I had with a clean drug screen.
How long did you stay there?
Until I spoke with Mr. Collins and he told me it wasn't gonna do me no good, that I just needed to leave.
Okay. And then you got a new felony arrest March 16th of 2022, DUI possession. Is that correct, in Barron County?
Yeah, that's when I come home.
Okay. And is that the time you wrecked? Or was that another case?
That's the first case.
Okay. Then on 11/17/2021, you was charged in Barron County for fleeing and evading.
Yes,
Is that when you wrecked and injured your jaw?
yes. No, my jaw was injured way before that.
Okay. Well, did you injure your jaw during
I
that
injured-
wreck?
Again, yes, I did.
And you persuaded the authorities you were injured to such extent that you needed hospitalization care. Is that correct?
It was dislocated.
Yeah. You went to Louisville.
Yes, it was dislocated. I had plastic surgery twice on my face.
Okay. After you were released, though, then you didn't report like you should have, did you?
No.
You had to be apprehended.
Yeah.
So isn't it fair to say, as far as you making your own decisions during the time you were on probation, that's not been a very good idea?
That's what I'm saying. I can't make my own decisions. I can't manage. I need something over me is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I need to be released. It was because, I'm an addict. I have an addiction problem. I need help.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Your Honor, I have a couple of questions. Ms. Jackson, how did you get into the commitment house?
I checked myself in there.
And where did you have the plastic surgery at?
At Louisville.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
U of L.
Okay.
You want to make an argument, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. I would ask the court not to revoke Ms. Jackson and instead to institute a graduated sanction. She has illustrated to the court that she has struggled with substance abuse. She also has attempted to get help for herself in the past, but she's never had she's not had an opportunity where she can get to the type of program that would be needed for the type of substance abuse issues that she does have. And I would just ask that the court would take that into consideration.
Is she out on shock probation or regular probation?
Regular.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, you have anything?
Your Honor, the addiction seems to be used for a lot of excuses, but it's no excuse to run for the law. It's no excuse not to complete your rehab. It's no excuse to get out here and injure yourself. I would just ask that she be revoked for the public safety and her own safety.
Well, I don't think Ms. Jackson is capable of being rehabilitated anywhere where she doesn't have to stay. So therefore, I'm going to revoke her probation on these two cases and hope that she gets some treatment at the Department of Corrections. Thank you very much. Shannon Keith. Shannon Keith. Are you Shannon Keith?
Yes, sir.
You're here today for sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct?
Yeah.
Counselor, is any reason this gentleman should not be sentenced?
No reason, Your Honor.
On a plea to flagrant unsupport, the defendant shall be sentenced to 5 years, probated for 5 years. Probation shall be extended and supervised until all arrears are paid in full. Flagrant unsupport owed as follows: $15,900 to the petitioner, $5,670 to the Commonwealth, total owed at $21,700. The defendant shall pay $21,507 at a rate of $200 per month, with the first payment due 60 days for release from cooperation. Flagrant non-support payment shall be made to the Division of Child Support, and the IVD number is stated. He shall receive credit for time served. What's the court cost in this case? Court cost is $175. I'll let you pay that at $30 a month, starting 30 days after your release. Okay. Thank you very much. Be released today. You got another chance here, man. You need to get out there and start getting the child support behind. It's not that much a month for your freedom. You understand?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Steve Martin. Steve Martin.
Yeah.
Commonwealth versus Steve Martin, 21 CR 0080, 21 CR 00105, and 21 CR 00079. Are you Steve Martin?
Sir.
Born in 1977.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 7663.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what do we have here, Mr. Stockton?
Felony plea, Your Honor.
Mr. Martin, a motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
State your full name.
Stephen Wayne Martin.
Are you the same person named in the three indictments, 21 0080 0015 105 and 21 CR 0079?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed the charges with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with the advice of your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that you've been fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. I need to know that you fully understand those rights.
Yes, sir.
You have a right not to testify against you. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial, a jury right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. You have a right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, and the right to produce evidence to call witnesses in your favor and have process issued to compel attendance. You have a right to require the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Do you understand that by entering a guilty plea here today, you give up those rights? And I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence allowed by law. I do not have to accept any recommendation they give. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will wait the precinct's investigation report done. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You're pleading guilty because you did do the acts?
Yes, sir.
You know, the constitutional rights explained to you, is it still your desire to enter into this plea agreement?
Yes, sir.
Now, you realize that once you do this and do this guilty plea, that any future conviction can be enhanced as far as your range of penalty?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature on the line?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I accept the agreement, order precinct's investigation report to be done by probation and parole. Schedule your sentencing for July the 21st.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Brian McHugh. Brian McHugh.
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth Kentucky versus Brian McHugh, 21 CR 0064. Mr. McHugh, were you born in 1969?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 5121.
Yes, sir.
You're here on a pretrial conference. What's the Commonwealth have to report?
Your Honor, Miss Hill and I have been batting back and forth different offers. Mr. Hughes back in front of the court. But I think he's serving a state sentence. We'd like one more pretrial, and I think she wants to have him assessed for drug court.
Hey, you want a negotiation day or just go straight to pretrial?
Your Honor, if we could have a negotiation day.
Okay, July 8th for negotiation, July 21st for the next court appearance.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Travis Pike. Travis Pike. Commonwealth versus Travis Pike, 21 CR 00129. Are you Travis Pike?
Yes, sir.
1992,
Yes, sir.
4-digit social security number 3590.
Yes, sir.
Here on a pretrial conference, what's the Commonwealth had to say?
Miss Hill furnished me some information last night by text, and I'm gonna have to verify that. We'll need another date if we could.
July the 8th for conference, July 21st for the next pretrial.
Your Honor, I want to tell you that Mr. Davis is on. That was the gentleman appointed to represent Kimberly Chilton a while ago.
Okay. Where is he?
Right here, Your Honor. My apologies. Your Honor, on Miss Chilton, I wasn't aware that there was an order of continuance for today's date. Last court date on 5/19, Miss Chilton was missing, and the court did not set a future date. And she was just recently picked up in the last couple of weeks, and I was unaware that she was picked up. My apologies. I just didn't know.
And the
that
next
she-
court date is July the 21st, and the negotiation date would be July the 8th. So you be in contact with her.
Yes, sir. I
For the
will.
Negotiation date, which starts at 9 a.m. at the Court Justice Center here on the 8th, and also at 9 a.m. on the 21st. And I'll withdraw your show calls. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor, and my apologies again. I'm also in Miami too.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused, sir?
Absolutely. Have a great day.
You too, sir. Thank you.
Anthony Rainey. Anthony Rainey.
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth versus Anthony Rainey, 20 CR 0074. Mr. Rainey, were you born in 1964?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits of social security number 7943.
Yes, sir.
Here today on a diversion revocation. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
It's Mr. Rainey was, because of, I think, some failed drug tests, he was sent to the Mark Center, and he left on March 10th, 2022.
Sir, may I speak?
Well,
Not yet.
What your attorney has to say.
Your Honor, the defense would stipulate to the violation, but I would like to call Mr. Rainey in order to make an argument against revocation.
Okay, you can do that. Mr. Rainey, you'll raise your right hand. Swear your testimony about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Absolutely.
Counselor, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Rainey, would you tell the court what was happening at the Mark Center?
First, I'd like to state I didn't fail a drug screen. I volunteered to go to treatment on my own accord of alcoholism. Second of all, the Mark Center is peer-based and not faith-based. When I volunteered, I wanted to go to a faith-based program, and that's the reason I left the Mark Center. And shortly after leaving the Mark Center, I went to Staffordville, Kentucky, where I completed the program.
And what program was that?
It's faith-based alcoholism and drug addiction program.
Okay.
Does it have a name?
It's Staffordville, Kentucky. Journey Pier is what the name of it is. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that is that's all the questions that I have.
Mr. Rainey, I apologize. I misspoke a while ago. You did enter on your own accord on alcohol abuse.
Yes, sir, I did.
But isn't it also true that on April the 28th, Mr. Collins called you this year wanting to know your whereabouts, and you couldn't tell him, and you couldn't give him the name of the place that you were?
It was Clearview, and at the moment, I really didn't know the name of it.
Okay. And you never did contact him again after that date, did you?
To be honest, we had run out of minutes on my phone because I was broke.
Okay. But you just never contacted him. He didn't know where you were.
Well, I told him that I was at the halfway house, and that's the best I could do at the moment.
Okay. Well, was there nobody at the halfway house that could contact you, probationer for you, probation officer?
Well, so at the time, I didn't have the number, didn't have minutes, and frankly, the place where I went to the halfway house, the alcohol and the drugs was as bad as the world on the streets. My phone got stolen, and I ended up leaving because of that very reason.
Okay. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I have a couple of follow-ups.
Okay.
Mr. Rainey, if you were, would you do a better job of keeping minutes on your phone in the future?
Absolutely. I have to get another phone first. But yes, absolutely.
And would you be able to get another phone?
Yes, ma'am. My fines and fees are all paid up now, so I really have no bills. And yes, ma'am, absolutely. That'd be my first priority.
And after completing that, the Journey Pure, what is your view on your sobriety as far as alcoholism goes?
Meetings, what they say, meeting makers make it. And I have to surround myself with people that don't drink and drug, and that's the bottom line. Everything has to change. Just simple.
Mr. Stockton, what about drug court?
I don't mind him going into drug court. I think that'd provide the structure he needs. It's very difficult for people with alcohol to make drug court, but I think he could. He'd get the structure he needs, and he wouldn't have any excuses. He wouldn't have to worry about a cell phone. He'd be required to get a job and stable housing and all that stuff. I think it'd be good for him.
Sir, I have a Tennessee residence, but whatever I need to do, it'll be fine with me.
Well, it looks like you've been in rehab for a long time up here in Kentucky.
Yes, sir. I was in treatment for almost 45 days, something like that.
See his file again.
Well, he can't be in Monroe County Drug Court if he lives in Tennessee, can he? Mr.
Not unless he's real close by.
I live in Lafayette.
Lafayette.
At the moment, I'm working on getting my driver's license back, which presents another problem in itself.
Might be better just to revoke him and possibly probate him back to Tennessee as a sanction.
You know what? Trying to extract. Yeah, I've been informed that we had to go to Tennessee to get Mr. Rainey. We had to extradite him.
Yes, sir. That's where I was at. I was at my home in Tennessee. I was picked up on May the 22nd.
He didn't come back voluntarily, I don't believe.
No, he admitted he didn't talk to Mr. Collins after April.
Okay, well, I'll just go ahead and revoke Mr. Rainey, and counsel, you can work with Mr. Stockton to see what we can work out for Mr. Rainey's future, okay? For his shocking and rehabilitation, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Commonwealth versus John Riley.
Oh, I'm sorry, I told you the wrong case. I mean, Riley.
John Riley.
Yes.
Are you John Riley?
Yes.
It's 18 CR 00202, Mr. Riley. You're on a diversion revocation. I guess Mr. Rainey was on a diversion revocation, so I'll have to order a pre-sentence investigation report on him before we can do anything else. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then schedule his sentencing on July the 21st. So counsel, if you're still on the line, you catch that, okay? This is John Riley, 18 CR 00202. Are you John Riley?
Yes.
Born in 1968?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 8129.
That's correct.
What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
You know, this is a case where Mr. Riley had went through rehab, and then he contacted his probation officer, something about active status and inactive status. And he was still on active status in March, but he never did contact him again. And that's my understanding from reading Mr. Everly's report. I think he's on the line. And so then we filed a motion to revoke and got him picked up.
What do you say, Mr. Carter?
Your Honor, after discussions with the Commonwealth yesterday, there was a proposal made to me that if it's still on the table, I would strongly advise my client to take.
Could you share it with me?
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't know if the Commonwealth wanted to. It would be a 45-day sanction, and then Mr. Riley, upon release, contact the probation and parole in Glasgow and get reestablished and acquainted with them, and transfer that, I guess, back to Daviess County or the county he resides in.
Yeah.
If he can establish a residence and report, I would go along with that.
Mr. Riley, why was it that you were out of contact?
I was told back in November after I graduated that I was going on inactive status, and something about a bond order was in Daviess County, but this was the jurisdiction I was in. And for a couple of months, he kept saying, come back and report, but there was no bond order and it never got resolved, I guess, whatever jurisdiction. So I just stopped going and sent him a notice to see what the problem was with this bond order. And then it just escalated, and now I'm here to resolve the matter.
Okay, we'll resolve it then. We'll go ahead and do the 45-day sanction, get you do a reset button on you. And I think you've been pretty forthcoming. And so we'll do the reset button, and I hope you are compliant and understand that this is serious matter, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brian Roberts. Go back there where the public defenders are. Tell them which room the public defenders are in. Commonwealth versus Brian Roberts. We're sending your attorney back to so you can see him on Zoom. Mr. Roberts, you born in 1992.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number is 7584.
Yes, sir.
You're here on 20 CR 0025 and 2021 CR 0099 probation revocation. What do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, he has a 3-year sentence on fleeing and evading, and also driving on the DUI second offense. He got a new charge driving on suspended license. He also tested positive for methamphetamine, or admitted use of methamphetamine on June 3rd, and admitted use of marijuana on June 3rd. I talked to Mr. Cross and recommended drug court if the court will go along. And my understanding is he's willing to accept that.
Yes, John.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll sign a referral, let him be evaluated, see if he's can stay in drug court.
He would stay in custodial orientation.
That's right. If he gets accepted, he'll stay in custody to orientation, and I'll let you out that morning early enough, Mr. Roberts, to go home, clean up stuff, and come into orientation. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Eddie Ryherd. Commonwealth versus Eddie Ryherd, 20 CR 0066. Are you Eddie Ryherd?
Yes.
What's your year of birth, Mr. Ryherd?
1995.
And the last four digits of your social security number?
7614.
Okay, you're here on 20 CR 0066 of probation revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, he has a 7.5-year sentence out of Monroe County. I believe it's theft offenses. And then he's going to we have a case going to the grand jury today on theft of mail matter. And I would just ask that you pass this a month and see if we could work out a global settlement on both.
Is that what the revocation motion is about? Is the potential?
The new offense, the theft of mail matter, yes.
Okay, we'll set him to come back on the 8th of July for a conference and 21st for next court appearance. Maybe, Mr. Ryherd, if you got this other issue, you'll be informed about it then, and we can resolve this thing. Okay, thank you. Jonathan Scott. Commonwealth versus Jonathan Scott. Are you Jonathan Scott?
Yes, sir.
Your birth, Mr. Scott.
1974.
The last four digits social security.
0956.
We have 22 CR 005, 6, 36, and 38. We're here on a pretrial conference. What's Commonwealth have to say?
Yeah. Excuse me, Your Honor. The Commonwealth recommends following amendment or dismissal.
Wait just a second. Yeah, you got a plea agreement?
We do.
Okay, let me go down through this.
It's a plea of guilty.
Is it a felony plea?
No, it's a misdemeanor plea.
Misdemeanor plea. Okay. A motion has been tendered, Mr. Scott, that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol.
No, sir.
This plea freely and voluntarily given.
Yes.
Are you the same person named in indictments number 22 CR 005, 006, 0036, 0038?
Yes.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, sir.
We reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you. Be fully informed about your case.
Yes, sir.
You understand that you have certain rights in the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. I'm gonna go down through the rights. At the end of them, I'm gonna ask if you understand them. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speak, right by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses, call and testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter, higher court, right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you guilty charge against you. You understand that by entering this guilty plea today, you give up those rights.
Yes, sir.
Now, this is a misdemeanor, so I can sentence you today if I accept the plea, but if I decide to give you a harsher penalty, then your agreement that I'll allow you to draw your plea, enter a plea you're not guilty. Mr. Judd, will you proceed?
Your Honor, please, I'm sorry, I got a little fancy there, but the Commonwealth recommends the following amendment and or dismissal without prejudice of the following charges. To dismiss 22 CR 0005, endangering the welfare of a minor, possession, careless driving, and failure to wear seat belts. In 22 CR 006, to also dismiss possession of controlled substance first degree, and in 22 CR 0036, traffic and controlled substance first degree, to dismiss that one. Also in 22 CR 0038, to dismiss possession of marijuana, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of controlled substance first degree, and operating a motor vehicle with expired operator's license. Upon the plea of guilty, the Commonwealth makes the following recommendations. Upon a plea of guilty to possession of drug paraphernalia in case number 22 CR 0005, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 12 months probated for 2 years. Probation be supervised. The defendant agrees to enroll and complete a long-term treatment facility to begin on or before July the 2nd, 2022. The defendant shall pay court costs at the discretion of court. The defendant agrees to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with the laws of Kentucky.
Is that what you play? Is that your plea agreement, sir?
Yes, sir.
You plead guilty of your own free will because you are guilty and for no other reason?
Yes, sir.
Knowing your constitutional rights, still your desire for the court to set the penalty is for on this guilty charge. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that you have the signature, counselor? You have the original document there. You hold the signature up to the counter. Is that your signature on there, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now what are we going to do as far as his incarceration, as far as getting him in the treatment center? Is public advocacy going to set up the treatment center for long term?
Yes, Your Honor. We already have a bed date for him at Kentucky Christian Recovery on the 5th. It's a little bit later than the 2nd, as the plea indicated. That was as early as what we could get him in. He does have a family member who would be willing to transport him, but if the court prefers, we can seek DOC transport.
Who is the family member?
I believe it's his aunt, Your Honor. Jonathan, if you don't mind telling us her name.
It's Pam Clary. She's my aunt.
Was that all right with the Commonwealth?
It'll be agreeable, Your Honor.
Well, let's just let her transport you with understanding that she's not to stop anywhere and get any alcohol or other stimulants or anything. You go to McDonald's, I'm sure it tastes pretty good after being there for a few days.
Yeah, look.
Yeah, although they do have good food now at the Adair County Jail. I'm not criticizing. I'll sign the order, and since it's a misdemeanor, you don't have to wait for anything else, okay?
All right, thank you.
Okay. Transportation will be on the day of admission, though. It won't be prior to that.
Have fun.
German Serrano. Commonwealth versus German Serrano, 21 CR 0029. Mr. Serrano, you born in 1974.
Yes, sir.
Have a last 4 digits, social security number 8896.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here on a probation revocation hearing.
Your Honor, Mr. Serrano has a 10-year sentence. I think it's on assault. I can't remember.
Wait. His representative says Mr. Bruce Brown.
Yeah, I think DPA's took it back over.
Yes, Your Honor, since this is a probation matter, we have just retained it in their office.
Proceed.
Mr. Serrano, one of the bases for the revocation is there's a case of DUI, fourth offense, going to the grand jury today. We just asked for another month to see if we can resolve both cases.
Can I say something?
You need to ask your attorney, tell her what it's about.
Mr. Serrano, if you have anything that would be incriminating, I would advise that you not speak. Specifically, don't say anything about the new case.
Well, on that DUI, they had dismissed it on little court.
Well, little court dismissed it because the officer didn't show up, but big court's going to indict it. I don't think the officer got a subpoena in little court.
Okay, July the 8th for negotiations, and July the 21st, the next court appearance. Commonwealth versus Terry Strode. Commonwealth versus Terry Strode. 21 CR 00113. Are you Terry Strode?
Yes, sir.
Also 21 CR 0032 pretrial conference. What do you have to say, Mr. Stock?
We furnished Mr. Poindexter some discovery late last time on some jail calls. And I guess we just need another trial date, Your Honor, so we can try this case. That's the reason the case was continued. It'd be 22 CR 32, be the one set for trial.
What about the 16th and 17th of August?
I believe I can do that, Your Honor.
Great. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, could we address his bond while we're here?
Sure.
He's had 2 trials rescheduled so far, Your Honor. And prior to his incarceration, he had a business that he was working. He also has a 4-year-old son he's losing time with. We would ask that his original bonds be reinstated so that he can be out and help prepare for trial too.
I'll go along with whatever the court wants to do, but I'd request that he waive his rights against Fourth Amendment search and seizure.
That'd be fine, Your Honor.
You want an ankle bracelet on, Mr. Stock?
Ankle bracelet, that was part of his previous bond, was ankle monitor, is my understanding.
No, it wasn't the previous, but I'm fine with it.
Okay, well, I'll put the ankle bracelet on and be work, church, doctor, court appearance. If you do any other, if you have to go to any other store, whatever that's necessary, you call them the release officers and they'll let you go. I'll set it a $15,000 surety, clerk approved. Okay.
All right, thank you.
What was the bond previously?
Your Honor, I'd ask for, he's got real estate. I'd ask for a little higher bond. This is a pretty serious charge. I don't think he's a flight risk, but I want to make sure.
There's a lien on my property. I can't sign a bond with.
Oh,
Your Honor,
okay.
They've already put a lien on it.
Yeah.
Who's
Maybe
put
make it more of a flight risk. I don't know.
Mr.
So-
Stockton?
I did, but I just, if,
I'm satisfied with the 15,000.
Okay, that's fine.
Because I'm gonna have an ankle bracelet on him. And I don't think that we've ever had anybody go to parts unknown that we hadn't found ultimately.
Yeah, and I turned myself in 5 times for this to the one was signed.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Alex Tooley. Alex Tooley.
Yes, sir.
Cromwell versus Alex Tooley, 22 CR 0039, here for the purpose of arraignment. Mr. Tooley, were you born in 1968?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 3454.
Yes, sir.
You have a right to remain silent. Your attorney is not listed here. Do you have a private attorney? Or do you need public advocacy?
I need a public advocacy, I guess. I came in from treatment to court, and I had this warrant on me, so I didn't get to go back to treatment. I was in treatment
It's
at
22 CR 0039. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of a controlled substance in first degree, first offense methamphetamine. This is your attorney. We're going to send the indictment back to her. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Tooley, the receipt of indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what's Commonwealth's position, Mr. Commonwealth Attorney?
let me have Mr. Tooley's file. I don't know, where was he in treatment?
Bond, where were you in treatment at, Mr.
I was
Tooley?
at Recovery Works in London, Kentucky.
Was that through the probation parole, or was that through your attorney, or how'd you get there?
No, sir, I went on my own. But I kept in contact with Chase Collins while I was there.
This gentleman on probation?
On probation or parole?
Probation.
Yeah, we think he's on probation. So I may be getting a special on the revocation, but where is Recovery Works at?
London, Kentucky.
London, okay.
I had went through phase 1 and 2, and they had started a new phase 3. It's a 90-day program, like in one of their sober living houses. So I had a show cause in district court, and before I went into phase 3, I went to Monroe County for this court date, and they arrested me in court.
I'm willing to let him go back if they'll take him, Your Honor. This is a possession case.
The fact that he showed up in district court, he come from there. I think he was unaware of that.
Okay, well, I'll let him do an ROR, I guess. Sign it and head back up there. Who's going to transport him up there?
I can get my brother, my daughter is willing to transport me, but lives in Atlanta, Georgia. But she's willing to come back up here and to transport me.
What's your brother's name?
Jamie Devon Tooley. And I got another brother.
Jamie, it's all right for Jamie to take you straight back up there as soon as they say they have a bed for you. But we'll probably, I'm going to put it out a couple of months, Mr. Stockton.
I can.
Wait a second, Mr. Tooley.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Stockton, you think we ought to put it out a couple of months?
That'd be fine and give him time to finish up there.
Yeah, I'll do it. Your next court appearance is August 18th.
Okay, Your Honor, all I have to do is show back up.
Well, okay.
To get back in treatment.
Well, that's where you need to be.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
what you need to do is you need to call the sheriff's department and verify that you're there and that you've been admitted, okay? And if you don't get admitted, you need to come back and turn yourself in at the Barron County Jail. I'll sign a document that allows him to transport you tomorrow, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So I release today to go pack
You can pack tomorrow when he comes and gets you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Joanne Tooley. Sentencing. Commonwealth versus Joanne Tooley. 20 CR 0010. Ms. Tooley, have you looked at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Gary, is it essentially correct?
It is, Your Honor.
The reason why she should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
Sentence you to 10 years in the penitentiary. Okay. What are court costs in this case? $155. You pay that at $30 a month, 30 days after you're released. Okay. Thank you very much. Christopher Troball. Christopher Troball, 21 CR 0087. Are you Christopher Troball?
Yes, sir.
What's your year of birth?
In 1984,
Last four digits of your social security number.
6160.
Okay, you're here today in 21 CR 0087 for a diversion revocation. What do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, this is a 3-year possession of a controlled substance case. Mr. Troball is a resident of Tennessee. Mr. Collins had the probation transferred to Tennessee, but then they couldn't find his address. They said that address didn't exist, and they tried to contact Mr. Troball by the numbers he provided, and they weren't able to contact him. And that's when the Commonwealth filed its request.
Counselor, do you have any questions, Mr. Troball? You'll put Mr. Troball on? Or
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Troball, you raise your right hand. Swear testimony about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Okay, counsel, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Troball, would you explain to the court the issue that happened with the address in Tennessee?
Yeah, I give them the right address and everything. Like here on my bond here, it's the same address. The Tennessee probation officer went to the wrong address, and I was at work right. I'd have seen him, but he didn't even come to the right place. He went to right down the road to the trailers that I live in 109, and he went down to the trailer park somewhere. But yeah, he went to the wrong place.
And what phone number did you give to probation to contact you?
I ain't really exactly sure about it because I don't got a phone, but I can give you my wife's number.
Did you have a working phone at the time?
I didn't, but my wife did.
And did your wife inform you if anybody had tried to reach you on her phone?
Well, I did give him my boss's number, and he did try to contact him, and he works out of town, and he told me like 5 days later, and then that's when they picked me up.
Your boss works out of town?
Yeah.
I have no further questions.
Just a couple, Your Honor. Mr. Troball, how did you know that they went to the wrong address?
Because my neighbors was telling me about it, and if I tried to give him the wrong address, I wouldn't have given him like 109, or I'd give him somewhere else if I tried to do something wrong. Like I did everything I was supposed to do.
When did you find out that they went to the wrong address?
Like when I was in here.
After you were already in custody?
Yeah. Because my neighbors had went up there and told my wife that there was a parole officer come down there, but he just went to the wrong address. I sent pictures of my mailbox, my place to live, and it's even on Google Maps where I live.
Okay, I have no further questions.
You want to make an argument, Counselor?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I would ask the court to not revoke Mr. Troball, to instead allow him the opportunity to double check on that address in Tennessee and allow probation to check the correct address. And I would ask if the court would consider issuing a sanction for time served.
Why was it that he never got under the supervision of Tennessee because they couldn't find him?
He didn't, Your Honor. I think Mr. Collins is out. I think if Ms. Brown could get with Mr. Collins next week when he comes in and let him get with Tennessee and see if they can iron this out and make sure that he gets supervised properly. I don't mind giving him a chance to get this straightened out.
Yeah, I'll reschedule this on July 21st, but if they can validate that, I will take some action to release this gentleman by agreed order. If they can validate, our probation and parole officer is out this week, Mr. Trobal. So as soon as he gets back in, he'll contact the people in Tennessee to validate what you say. If it turns out to be up to Hall, I'll sign an agreement to give you another shot, okay?
Okay, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, we had to extradite him though, you know, Mr. Stockton.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, well, he'll need to sign a waiver of extradition.
Extradition, yeah. No.
Alicia Wallace. Are you Alicia Wallace?
Yes, sir.
22 CR 0030. Are you born in 1974?
Yes.
Last four digits, your social security number, 1989.
Yes, sir.
Here for pretrial conference. What do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
I think we have a plea to enter, Your Honor.
The felony plea?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Wallace, a motion has been made that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
State your full name for the record, please.
Alicia Ann Wallace.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0030?
Yes.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied?
Yes.
with her advice?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? You believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept this plea, I need to know that you understand your rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial, the jury right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. Right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. Right to produce evidence. Right to call witnesses in favor. Right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. Right to require the Commonwealth prove on a reasonable doubt your guilty charge against you. Understand that by entering a plea today, you will give up all those rights.
Yes.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply a range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will order a pre-sentence investigation report of my probation parole. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation of the Commonwealth and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you'll have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, she will plead guilty of flagrant non-support and receive a 5-year sentence. She'll be probated for 5 years. She'll be supervised until all arrears are paid in full. She owes $206 a month on current support, and then another $193.50 will be applied toward the arrearages for a total of $400. The first payment will be 45 days after final sentencing, and those will be paid to the Division of Child Support, the 4D numbers in the plea. She'll receive credit for time served and be released at final sentencing, remain on active supervision till all child support is paid in full.
Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I'll accept the plea order, pre-sentence investigation report of my probation parole. Schedule your sentencing for July the 21st. And you realize that after entering this plea, you're convicted of felon. Any future convictions of penalties could enhance the range of the penalty because of that. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature? Counsel, you hold the document. Counselor, do you have a copy of the plea agreement?
Yes.
Hold it up, let her real close to the camera. Is that your signature, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
So we'll order PSI and have you sentenced on the 21st, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. David White. David White.
Yes, sir.
Are you David White?
Yes, sir.
You're here today for arraignment on 3 indictments. What's your year of birth?
61.
What last 4 digits of social security number?
2049.
You have an attorney?
No, sir.
Why is that?
I don't have the money to pay for one right now.
Okay, we'll let you fill out an affidavit and report public advocacy in the intervening time.
Okay.
Mr. White, the grand jury of, you got his indictments? You have a right to remain silent. Your attorney's on the line. You see her there? That's right. She'll come and see you sometime soon.
Yes, sir.
The grand jury has indicted you with tampering with physical evidence, possession of controlled substance in the first degree, and careless driving. That's in 00046. 45 rather, in 0046. They have indicted you with disregarding a stop sign and possession of controlled substance. And 47, they have indicted you with possession of controlled substance in the first degree, possession of marijuana, and careless driving. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client? Receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Set a pretrial on July the 7th, a negotiation read on July the 8th, and a pretrial on July the 21st. And what's this gentleman's bond situation? Is it pretrial on the line here?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's his bond?
This is Mr. White, Your Honor.
That would be Mr. White.
I am showing that he has a $20,000 surety on these, Your Honor. He's a moderate 5 to reoffend. He's a low 1 as far as FTAs.
What do you say, Mr. Stockton?
He's got 3 possession cases, 1 with a tampering with physical evidence. So I don't know what kind of bond he can make.
That $20,000 surety bond?
Yeah, I don't understand. He
Yes, Your
evidently
Honor.
he doesn't have anybody who wants him out right now because of his problem. They can sign the bond.
Mr. White, do you have anybody that could sign a bond for you?
Yeah, but not for 20,000. I had a monitor. I was on a monitor for like 10 weeks and I didn't have any violations and I've been clean for 4.5 months. I have a job and I have my own house. It's right by Bob's house in Tompkinsville. And they had talked to,
Got anybody who's signed a $10,000 bond?
no, sir.
Where do you work at?
I work at Bob's house in Tompkinsville and I was on the monitor for 10 weeks and it was.
How about a $5,000 bond?
I don't have anybody that'll sign it.
I mean, they don't have to put any money up or anything. They just have to sign a bond to guarantee you.
The Comptons may do it, but I mean, I was successful on the monitor, on the ankle monitor with Richardson, and he would probably vouch that didn't have anything wrong at all. I paid him every.
Okay, well, I'll do your ROR then, okay, and let you get back on the ankle monitor. Hey, would you like me to loan you $100? Okay, I'll put you on an ROR since Richardson's vouched for you here with an ankle monitor. You continue your job there. Don't go anywhere but Bob's house, home, church, or the doctor, okay?
Sure.
Okay, you wait, and also you waive your Fourth Amendment rights for a searching place.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I hope you're better. I hope you're a better restaurant employee than you are a drug user. You seem to get caught every time you come out. It's kind of tough. Okay. I'll sign a document and they'll let you sign a bond over there today and they'll be in contact with you, hooking you up on the monitor. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Edward Whitledge, the second. Edward Whitledge, the second, 20 CR 0085. Mrs. Zucker,
Good morning, Your Honor.
thought you were going to be here today.
I am here. I'm in the room with the public defenders.
Okay, that'll be good. We're here today for arraignment on one charge. Just one that's arraignment. The grand jury of Monroe County, sir. This will be the front plat. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with murder or complicit to murder, 2 counts, and also being a persistent felony offender, the 2nd degree, 2 counts. You understand those charges, sir?
Yes, sir.
And we'll deliver the indictments back to you, counselor. Do you acknowledge the identity of your client? Waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea not guilty, preserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, there's an order to preserve evidence. Mr. Stockton, have you received that?
Yes, Your Honor, I have no objection.
Okay, I'll go ahead and enter that order the 30th day of June. Okay. I'll schedule, let's put this out a little while. I guess the next court appearance would be September the 15th, and you don't have a negotiation day set up with then. And so y'all can just be in contact with each other on any negotiations that you need.
Did we get the co-defendant Kayla Spivey set on that same day so we can get both defendants on the same day now for the first time?
We can do that if you'll submit an order to that.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, and then counsel, you have some other matters that you'll need to take up. I've just got one more case on the docket. You can
Yes, Your Honor.
come in then. Commonwealth versus Dakota Williams, 22 CR 0018, 22 CR 0019, 22 CR 0020, 22 CR 0021. Are you Dakota Williams?
Yes, sir.
What year were you born, Dakota?
2003,
Last 4 digits of your social security number.
4741.
What does the Commonwealth have to say about this case?
We have a felony plea, Your Honor, to wrap up all these cases.
Okay. Mr. Williams, I understand a motion has been filed today. It says you wish to enter a plea of guilty. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in the 3 indictments, 22 CR 0018, 22 CR 0019, 22 CR 0020, 22 CR 0021?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today?
No. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney?
Yep.
Are you satisfied with her advice?
Yep.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you?
Yep.
Do you believe that you've been fully informed about the case?
Yep.
You understand that you do not have to plead guilty today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and the United States Constitution. Before I can accept your plea, I need to know you understand those rights. So I'm going to read down to them at the end. I will ask you if you understand, okay? You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speedy trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of these charges. You understand that by entering a plea today, you give up all those rights. And I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will await a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea. Mr. Stockton, what is the recommendation of the Commonwealth?
Your Honor, Mr. Williams would plead guilty in case number 22 CR 18 to theft by unlawful taking over $1,000, receive a sentence of 5 years. He would also plead guilty in case number 22 CR 19 to theft by unlawful taking over $1,000, receive a sentence of 5 years. In case number 22 CR 21, he would plead guilty to theft by unlawful taking over $1,000 for a sentence of 5 years. 22 CR 18 and 22 CR 19 are to run concurrently for a total of 5 years. The sentence in 22 CR 21 is to run consecutively with case numbers 22 CR 18 and 19 for a total of 10 years. He'll serve 300 days, balanced probated for 5 years. Probation's be supervised. He'll enroll and complete the Monroe County Specialty Court. He also agrees to pay restitution in the amount of $2,882 to Murray Jackson and $1,000 to Steve Lyons for a total of $3,882 at the rate of $100 a month. That'll start 60 days after he's released and due on the first day of each month thereafter until paid in full.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir.
Are you doing it of your own free will because you did commit the acts that you're charged in the indictments or indictments as amended?
Yes, sir.
Knowing your constitutional rights, as they were saying, it's still your desire to give up those rights and plea of guilty and allow the court to fix your punishment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you understand that after entering this plea, any future convictions of felonies could be enhanced as far as the penalty provision. You understand that under persistent felony offender law. Counselor, would you hold the document up to the camera and allow him to identify? Is that your signature on there, sir?
Yes, sir.
I'll accept the pre-sentence investigation report. We accept the agreement and order a pre-sentence investigation report, schedule a hearing, sentencing rather, on July the 21st, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there any other matter with the exception of the private matter? Clinton County case? Okay, Clinton Circuit Court, Timothy C. Harold, 21 CR 00115. Are you Timothy Harold?
Yes, sir.
Hadn't been done or signed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Barron County, you can turn your camera off now.
I had
Thank
a
you, Your
question.
Honor.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Mr. Are you Timothy Harold? Are you Timothy Harold?
Sir,
Okay, what's your year of birth, Mr. Harold?
August 12th, 1985,
And the last 4 digits of your social security number.
0095.
What does the Commonwealth have to say in this Clinton Circuit Court case?
We have a felony plea with the courts to review.
A motion has been tendered, Mr. Harold, that says you wish to enter a plea of guilty. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
State your full name, please.
Timothy Cecil Rossero.
Are you the same person indicted in Clinton Circuit Court, so criminal action 21 CR 00115?
Yes, sir.
Have you had plenty of opportunity to discuss this matter with your attorney?
Yes, I have.
Satisfied with his advice?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Do you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir, I have.
You do not have to enter a guilty plea. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. I'll go through the rights. At the end, you can affirm that you understand. If you have any questions, you can step away and talk to your attorney, okay? You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. A right to a speedy trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, a right to confront, cross-examine, and confront all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, a right to call witnesses in your favor, and process issued to compel attendance. You have a right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and a right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Understand that by entering this plea today, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept prior to accepting any recommendation. I will await the pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and go to jury trial. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Stockton, will you go forward with what the Commonwealth's plea is?
Your Honor, Mr. Harold would plead guilty to trafficking in a controlled substance, first degree, first offense, under 10 units, which would be a D felony, be 1 year. He would also plead guilty to possession of a controlled substance, first degree, receive a 1 year sentence. Those shall run concurrently for a total of 1 year. He'll have 2 counts of possession of a controlled substance, first degree, 1 year each. All 3 of those sentences shall run concurrently for a total of 1 year to serve. The Commonwealth opposes probation and shock probation. All evidence in this case will be forfeited. However, the Commonwealth will forfeit $1,200. He'll keep $400. And he will also receive his personal property and cell phone. Defendant shall receive credit for time served, pay court costs at the discretion of the court.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir.
What's the court cost? $155. Well, I'll let you pay that $30 a month starting 30 days after your release. You understand by entering this plea, you'll be a convicted felon.
Yes, sir.
Any future felony sentences could be enhanced by virtue of that. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Are you entering this plea because you are guilty of the acts charged in the indictment or in the indictment as amended?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Sheffitt, will you hold the agreement? You have a copy of the agreement there? Show it. Yeah, show it to him there. Is that your signature on there, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay, well, I will accept the agreement, order pre-sentence investigation report, schedule a hearing. What's the next day over in Clinton County? July the 14th. July the 14th, and we'll, I guess someone needs to call the clerk's office, call a jury out.
He has a co-defendant who's also scheduled for trial, and I was under the impression she was in.
She's a state inmate. Can we just do her plea on the 14th? Because I don't know if I've even done the plea papers or not.
She's on there if you want to.
She's on there, but
online, yeah.
But we've not done the plea papers yet. And
What?
Mr. Hertz or
Russell-
Coleman Hertz are attorney.
Russell County Detention Center, is that right?
Yes.
Will you turn your camera on Russell County Detention Center? Barbara Johnson scheduled for next week also. Russell County Detention Center, will you turn your camera on? I say, they're on here.
I know I've sent requests asking them to start. Just not responding.
There you go. Are you Barbara Johnson? Are you Barbara Johnson? Turn the microphone on there, Miss Johnson.
I think we're done with Clinton County too.
This is Clinton County.
No, she's in Russell County.
She's in Russell County Jail.
Yeah,
From Clinton County.
that's correct. I mean, well, Clinton County still got their camera on. He's the co-defendant. I don't know if he's got any business watching this or not. That's my point.
Yeah, you can turn the camera off over there. In Clinton County, we're finished.
Okay, thank you.
But it's still hooked up. Okay, they're not now. Okay. Are you Barbara Johnson?
Yes, sir.
This is 21 CR 0013. Who's your attorney?
His name is Herman. Yeah, Herman Hart. Yeah.
Is he on here today? He's not on here today, Mr. Stockton.
Yeah, I hadn't made any arrangements to do the plea today on her. She's a state inmate. Could we just do her plea on the 14th? That'll give me time to do the paperwork and get Mr. Hurt available.
Coleman Hertz, your attorney? Okay, well, your next appearance will be in Clinton Circuit Court on the 14th, and Mr. Hurt will be directed to come over and go over documents with you before then, okay?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have anybody else on? Anybody else to be considered?
Come in late, he said he was testing COVID, but he told us that he won't talk to us.
I don't believe I want to talk to him.
I don't know where the other section will go.
Somebody needs to text me or he needs to
I
provide.
don't know if he told me to tell you that.
Is he on the docket today?
Yes, he did it here, he issued a warrant.
When do they test him? When they put him in jail in Barron County? Well, just go back there from a distance and ask him where he tested and how he can validate that. What's his charge, Mr. Stockton? What's his out of custody call? You know?
Who are we on, Your Honor? I accidentally disconnected a while ago.
We're on Brian Coulter, who's
Bryson
Bryson, excuse me. I hit Mark too. I couldn't.
Yeah, he was on the live custody and live docket.
He is reported and he walked through the courtroom holding his stomach and he says he has COVID.
Well, I would excuse him if it's all right with the court.
Well, he said he tested. I just sent the jailer back there to see where he tested.
Okay. He's usually here.
Mr. Bell never said he ever had it.
No, he did.
He just said he was exposed to it. So as we all are every day.
They sent it to him, home test, Johnny Bell was brought, he said he called the clerk on his late, and they told him to go on.
We'll just have him wait down there in the clerk's office then until we find out.
Come on, Johnny Lake. And the home test, they sent it to him.
Okay, well, I guess we're in no hurry on this, gentleman. Have him come back on July the 21st. Is there a way you can take him out that way and not through the courtroom? That'd be good. Yeah, okay. Also secure your hands and stuff too. Okay, is that it on the live docket? Okay, you want to come up? Mr. Bailiff, will you excuse yourself for an ex parte motion here, I guess?
Martin Marley's on here. Is that you?
Oh, that's me.
And Martin Marley seems to be connected to audio. It
Can,
doesn't say she's not.
can you hear me?
Uh,
Hello?
no.
Gallup versus Gallup,
July 21st,
Heston versus Heston,
July 21st,
Hudson versus Hudson,
July 21st,
how you pronounce it name? Better swear you back in.
Jimenez.
Jimenez, is that correct?
I went to this
Tells Faro.
July 21st,
Pruitt versus Pruitt,
July 21st,
Reagan versus Reagan,
July 21st,
Turner versus Turner,
July 21st,
White versus White,
July 21st.
Young versus Young.
We have a free order.
Ah. Okay,
Thank you.
I'll sign these directly. Okay, the civil docket starts at 1:30. So I can't pick anything else up until then. Kelly Lester, are you on there?
Yes, Judge, I am.
Why aren't you here with me today?
Hey, I am. Nice to see you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but
Good.
why aren't you here today?
Oh, I just was sent a Zoom link. I did not know that I was supposed to appear in person, Your Honor. I would have been happy.
Okay.
I'm from Monroe County, so.
Yeah, I just thought you turned against us or something.
No. Suzanne Hagan is my mother. I'm a diehard Monroe
I
County.
know
and
who
didn't
you are.
it
I
was-
know who you are. So I'm just roughing you up a little
I'm
bit.
so I would have loved to come there today, but my paralegal sent me a Zoom link, so I did what she told me.
Just kidding. Here's the thing about it. There's a motion to set trial by the plaintiff. I have these pretrial orders that I issue, and I'll do one of them today. My Megan, are you on there? My staff lawyer is on here.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, will you just go read one of those to them here to tell them what they have to comply with before I don't set trials and take up the calendar until everybody's completed discovery. They said there's no more discovery to do. Blah, blah, blah. Could read that. Megan, could you read through some of those things that are on there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now.
And Your Honor, just for future reference, would it be better to make a motion for a scheduling order or just call Megan and get that? How would you like?
When y'all comply with this order, I don't do a scheduling order. When you comply with this pretrial order and both of you say that you're ready to try, the only thing I want to hear back if someone believes that someone's obstructing discovery or not cooperating in discovery, when you get that in and you sign the order, both of you sign it, provide me the things I know, we can set you. You don't even have to come here. Y'all can call in and we can do it by agreed order. We can set it. You don't have to schedule a motion to set a trial because my docket is not as crowded because I don't have all these trials set out there that nobody knows whether they're going to happen or not. So we can get you a trial in 90 to 100 days, probably, maybe even maybe 90 days anyway. If it's how many days and you'll have to tell me how many days you think this trial will take. What are the issues that you're going to have to try?
Liability and damages. I think it'll be 2 days, Judge. I mean, I would be shocked if it would be more than that. I think we could do a day and a half, just to be honest.
I agree with that.
Okay. Well, we'll send you a copy of the order out to both of you.
Okay.
And it'll give you an opportunity and excuse to both of you to visit wonderful Monroe County. We might do it during the Watermelon Festival.
That'd be even, I'll be there anyway. So there we go.
Okay. Well, thank both of you and we'll send you a copy.
Thank you, Judge. I will come in person next time.
Easily. Next case is Thompson versus Thompson. An agreed order was submitted. That finishes the regular docket and we have a confidential matter that's on for 2. We'll go